Hello? Oh, it's time for something. So, I was thinking I just want to start and try to get as much of the sounds put in as possible. At least for movement. So it's going to be playing a run sound when I'm running, playing the normal walk sound when I'm walking, jumps, lands, all that. And I don't need to set that up. I was gonna say I may as well also set up like what is it? Wood and carpet, if that's even there. I'm sure it is there. I'm sure I have that. I mean, not right now, but yeah. I don't need to set that up now, so I won't do that. Yeah, so just really quickly. Should be really quick. Putting in the so I have walk choices, that's all good. So I will need sound choice, grass, run choices. Okay. Do the same thing. Do 5. In case I want any rare sounds, slightly rare sounds. I've got a crazy glare. I'll do all these. Run, I'll say starts at 40. Why not? I can't see anything from this glare. I'm gonna move over here. Dude. It is so bright I actually cannot see. I mean I can, but it's difficult. If I go over here, like it's just right. And I can't move my monitor because that's where the camera sits. Oh well. These like the sounds of like equipping gear or something. That's exactly what that sounds like. The only thing that sucks is that these don't have any names. Actually, what if I give it a name? Does that actually do anything? Like, so when it's on here on the list, it's... Oh, wow, it is. That's good to know. Wow. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna put names in then. This is probably actually how I set a name. Of course. For printing, right? Cool. That's really nice. I'm really Glad I tried that. And found that out. I think this one will do the same number as the walking, which I think only use like 12 for the walking. So I'll do the same thing there. Let me check. Let me close that so we're not... Go and add in the run. Not that. Why does this say mono? I mean, these are all mono. I just noticed that one says mono. And yeah, I use 12. Cool. Jeez. I got 12 in there. So now I can set up adjust this script file system. so that when I am running, when isRun is true, I use the run. And that will be true if well, I guess that comes from player then. Somewhere. Place on footstep. And I guess I take this number. So this is my interpolation. I guess run amount. It's gonna be this guy. Whoops. And then this will be if run amount is greater than or equal to 0.5. Then I play the run. Actually, maybe it should be... maybe more like 7 or 8. Like I'm really close to running, right? Yeah, I'll say that. I will make it a variable though. And maybe this should be configurable. So I have my movement sounds, run frequency. Yeah. At what percentage of running the relative, I guess the ratio between running and walking frequency to play running footsteps. Not the ratio, but the split. Hey, Danilin. The split between running and walking to play running footsteps. And I'll say, for example, it's 0.7. The frequency actually I won't do an example. I think it's pretty obvious. Footstep, run percent. I think 0.7 is a good value. So much. I'm still not quite used to, somehow, how much code is in these files. Also, I don't like that. Is running should be a... yeah, that was weird. Should be a bool, and then initialize to false. And then if run amount is greater than that, then this running will be true. So now I should have running sounds, different sounds. And I will only be able to know because I have to like, okay, first of all, this is gonna get crazy. I gotta turn off spawning. That would be the running sounds. I broke it. Weird. How did I break it? Oh, it's totally broken. What? What broke? Did it happen? I'm just gonna run forever and see if something breaks. Come on, you gotta do it again. Stop playing sound. What happened? It was still playing sound because it was trying to because it said like it was still printing stuff out. So what is going on here with the shadow? That's really weird. It's like deleting the shadow. Do it again. That really sucks. It's gotta happen again, right? Something happened to break that. I didn't shoot the gun, I didn't do anything. I was just aiming to slow myself down. That's so bad. I was just running back and forth, zooming in and out. That's all I was doing. Maybe I jumped a little bit, you know? do that? That's the worst kind of bug to get. Something that just happened one time and now you can't reproduce it. Which means whatever happened can happen again. I mean, how long do I sit here trying to reproduce it until it... I mean, what I should have done was I should have stopped like right away. Or not like stopped the game, but like paused, gone here, added a breakpoint, been like, alright, what's going wrong? And then fix that immediately, instead of like closing the game and restarting it. I don't know, maybe it was just like a random fluke. Maybe it was just actually nothing. And... well, whatever happened, I can't make it happen again. So tough. I do want to get here though, because I do have an issue where the running is not defaulting. What is it? Try the other. I mean, not really try the other, but I think they should probably like print like an error, right? Yeah, there should be like a warning. How do we do like a print once? I don't know. Whatever, actually. It's pretty obvious. This is like, I mean, default should have every sound. Whatever I set the default. Oh, man. Okay. Let's get let's get the running for the concrete. And then I think what I might actually do pretty soon, is get this done. Because I definitely have a need where I want to turn down the sound of everything. Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just leave that sound as it is. And then balance the audio bus instead. Or maybe I just balance everything for 100%. So I'd go to the pistol one and set that to like I don't know, a lower volume, whatever this is at, like -8. How dare you? How dare I what? All right, what am I doing now? I'm getting this. How can I do a search and just leave the file open? I don't know. Whoops. This is a choice, yeah. Oh wait, let me get 10 for this one. Alright. Oh, it says hi, congrats on optimizing the audio function. He was here. But hello. Actually, wait, was he here? No, that was someone else. It's a choice. Our club? This is my club. This is literally my club. I don't think you can kick me out of my club. Mods remove his streaming rights. This guy's gotta... This guy has gotta start working again. At least more than like 10 minutes a week. He was, because, yeah, he didn't know. Yeah. You didn't submit it, you're selfish. It's not that big, I think. And yeah, he wasn't here. That was someone else. That was, I think it was, I don't know how to say that. Sprushman? Why can't I have anyone with, like, an easy name to say? Like, Raiden. Raiden's like the easiest name I have. Maybe I'm just bad. I don't think I'm bad with names. I feel like I'm better than average. These are hard names to figure out how to say. Like I said, I have to talk to some dev. Some like big guy on the Godot team about that. Because I think it needs more than just sending that change. It needs to be like a configurable option on the stream. And then it's going to be like, okay, well, why is it not supported for WAV? Why is it not supported for all these other stream types? I mean, they did say that it's, I was joking, yeah. I did say that it was, what is it? Godot said that the OGG format's really small and compressed, but it's really hard to play back. It's a lot of processing. And that WAV and MP3 are really quick to play back. So maybe it might not even be needed for those ones. I don't know. Okay, that's all in, and then I want to get at the run here. Rock. I'm going to change the names on these. I discovered that the name here actually changes the name here, which is really nice. And probably the reason why I had, when I was printing out names, before they just were like printing nothing. Because this is probably what it's, I mean, that would make sense. Also, I might be sick. I'm not sure. I feel like I sound sick. When you talk to them, don't start by calling them incompetent as much as I know you want. No. Although I will say it's a bit dumb. It's a little dumb. All right. Walking on, or running and walking on concrete. And I must have messed something up. Because I didn't hit save or something. Yep. There we go. You do sound sick. That's not a post as well as what would be better. Yeah, I want the small file sizes. There's mainly I want the smallest file size because there's two reasons. First reason, you have to download it. Some people have really slow internet. And like megabytes matter with download times. And then there's actually keeping it on your computer. I would rather have 100 games than one very large game. And if my game is the very large game that has to go away to replace it with smaller games, then that's a bad thing. Also GitHub. If some... Which is probably... I should probably figure out something with assets on GitHub because those really slow down clone speed. I think when I had my friend get the repository, it took like a minute or something to download, and his internet's really, really fast. And that's just because like every single time you change something, you have to download every individual copy of that for binary files, essentially. I should probably figure something out where I have like some other server that holds onto these large assets, and I can still have like versions of those assets, but when I download, I only download the most recent version. So on GitHub, you're only downloading code changes, which are really quick, and the assets, you're just downloading the final asset, and that'd be like a second step after you clone. So you don't even have to download them to work on it. There's like even tricks for that with Git that you can like essentially remake the entire history of your repository just to delete one super large file from it. I've done that before. It's really bad because it means every commit like updates the time. So suddenly you go from like having a nice history to like 1,000 commits all at the same exact time. So it really messes that up. Although there's probably a way to like do it really smart so you like maintain like the exact same history. Yeah, before I do anything, I mean auto files are still pretty fine because these are small. I should really look into that before I get too much further with any content. Okay, so now I want jumping sounds. I should just say play sound jump and then play sound land. Minute speed is 20 megabyte download. I mean, that's still pretty good. That is pretty good though. Maybe at some point I need to like, you know, maybe I'm a bit behind on what like internet speeds are like around the world. But I would genuinely be like, all right, for like the slowest like 10% of download speeds, I want it to take no more than like X number of minutes to download the game. How much is yours? Let me. I will look. I know it's really fast. Now, what happens if I do this while I'm streaming? Don't do it. I mean, it's fine. I'm not dropping any frames. Yeah, totally fine. $900 down and $900 up, pretty much. It's a little bit slower upload. But I have really good internet. Now here's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, internet speed is really dependent on like honestly like just your country. If your country cares about high speed, you're gonna have high speed and it's gonna be cheap. I think I've heard somewhere before that like Korea has like crazy fast download speeds and they're all really cheap internet. It's also because, you know, the whole country is like squished together in like a really small area. Meanwhile, the US has, it's probably like 100 times, probably not that big, a lot larger than Korea. So you get a lot more distance to travel. So what happens when I jump? Do I keep track of the last, I think I have the last ground details, right? The previous ground that I was standing on? I should. Otherwise, jumping won't work very well. Last ground details. Nice. What is this word? There's no T. Alright, that look, yeah, I was like, this looks really weird. Selecting the fastest internet speed bundles can offer us 53.72. Yeah. Yeah, it really just depends on your country and probably also your location. A little bit less on your location within the country. All right, so I'm gonna copy all this. Not gonna need all of it. If no audio player or no map. Not on ground, no footstep. That's fine, but I do need last ground details. Actually, I guess that's fine. Otherwise, the group is going to be default here. Actually, these should play a default sound too. Yeah, this should be different. If this is a default group, I can return right away. Let me do that. Why is there an error on a comment line? Are we serious? It's totally bugged out right now. There we go. So path will be jump. If group is already default, then I can't do this. And bored do a dance. You'll have to be bored then. So sound and then I call play. So I'm noticing something that I'm doing very, very frequently. So I'm going to make this a helper function. and I'll make it an enum. Why not? Enum values must be integers? Well then. Why? No, they don't. All right. I'll leave this in for now, but I think this is going to be more tied to actually, okay, so it shouldn't be. I was going to say this will be more tied to the object you're walking through, but I think the way this interaction will happen, like if you walk into a bush, the sound is still going to play from you, but you get the name or whatever, like group, from the bush, just the same way that the walk comes from you, but you get the group from the terrain you're standing on, the ground you're standing on. So this actually will be tracked here. I mean, these descriptions are pretty redundant, but bushes and cans. Bushes, water, yeah. Nah, maybe not water. Black Myth Wukong got cracked. Also, apparently, match statements are really slow. So it's better to use... It's better to use a chain of ifs. Somehow. The de novo guys were vibe coding. Well, the thing with... I think there's an obvious expectation that if a human can produce it, a human can break it. So really all you worry about is like the first week. If your game can like only be playable by purchasing for like the first week, then you're good. Anything after that doesn't really matter as much, because that's when you're going to make most of your sales for a big game like that. Okay, then pretty much all this is going to be yeah. Then I have the path. Try the default group. Then do all that. Cool. So now these just drop down to essentially calling blade movement sound. Literally just doing this. Which is a little lame for some of these. Like, I'd want this to all be inlined. That would be ideal. But this is the case where I do something a little bit different. That all goes away. Do what Nintendo does? Bug bounties to control the hackers? Well, I'm sure they do. Well, I think they have internal teams. They should. I don't think I'll ever use DRM, but if I did, I would want whoever's making it to have like more money spent on breaking their own DRM than actually making the DRM. Very generous bounties. Use it? No. Why are we just like, what's wrong with GDScript sometimes? Cannot resolve external class member parent. What are you talking about? Oh look, the bug's gone. Weird. Okay. Well, I added it. I didn't actually call it, so it's actually gonna do nothing, but I should at least check that this still works. Cool. Cool. Alright, player. What'd I jump? Whoa. If just jumped. Oh, look at that. Play a sound jump. Wow. Now, how do I know if I've landed? You must still anyway. Well, it's not even about that. And also, I kind of don't care. I don't think people are generically evil and they just don't want good games to make money. If they do, then they're just stupid. If someone... There's even people who will pirate a game just to play it, and then they're like, actually, that's pretty good, and then they buy it. So... do I have like a landed? Just jumped. Just jumped on this update. So what I would like to do is know if... How do I know if we've landed? Like the last ground state? I sent a torrent magnet link. She had no clue what that is. I don't know. Alright, so somewhere in update movement I need to know if I landed. Grounded is if we're currently grounded. Oh, there is a bit of a thing here, though. Okay, I was going to say there is a case, because of how I do movement, where you can land and jump on the same update. Or actually, no. When you jump... Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Bought Cyberpunk and Fallout New Vegas. There's literally been games that like they had a free version. Like the game was just fully free. It wasn't like a piece of the game. It was the whole game was free. And then they would ask you like, hey, if you like the game, you go buy it on Steam. And I've done that before. I was like, wow, this is really good. And so I bought it on Steam. Ground details, last ground details. We copy it over. So I guess if last ground details is empty, and then our current ground details is not, then I know that I've landed on this update. What I want to know, actually, is I kind of want the just jumped and a just landed. Let me just make it simple like that. After having jumped? No. This may be a bug too. I know before that I had a bug where I kind of had to fix it where you were constantly detaching from the ground and reattaching to the ground. Isn't that what itch.io does? What was it? I think it was like... It was a game on mobile, but it was also on Steam as like a paid version. I think that's what it was. See, I think I checked grounded, which means if we currently have ground. Grounded changes in exactly one place, and that's if we jump. So we have a tick where we land, we say we have ground, and that's when we say, yeah, we just landed. The very next tick, we can say we jump off the ground, because we have ground now. Let me check grounded. Look at every single spot that this is set. It's only set one place. Okay, cool. So pretty much at the very end of this, if ground details has ground, if not grounded. Cool. I will reset it there and then set it here. Sweet. That should work. So if we just jumped, then I guess I say here, if we're greater than that, otherwise I can do a check. Just landed. Play sound land. So now I have jumping and landing sounds, right? I need to actually add them, of course. They're not going to play if they don't actually exist. This will never stop being annoying that these random things keep opening. I wonder if there's just some like weird, like a leftover bug. Like there's a configuration file that's been updated and they messed up their update, or like I just have something weird happening because I had a crash once. And like this file is just like constantly saying, oh yeah, by the way, this is all the these are all the folders you have open right now. And it never saves it correctly. Or it never saves over it. Like it's saving a new file, but there's some compatibility thing where it loads the old file, but it never deletes that old file. It's gotta be something like that. Okay. Let's do the grass, land, and jump. So this is jump. So I need jump start. There's 10 of these. Honestly, I think having like maybe 4 or 5 is enough. I really like the later ones. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do this one. 3. I'll just call it jump 3. RTX remix projects are amazing. The old Painkill look like a modern game. What? It's coming to Fortnite. Who plays Fortnite? Does anyone play Fortnite but Need for Speed? Not Need for Speed, I Show Speed. Gosh, that's totally different. Is he the only Fortnite player left on the planet? Need for Speed. That's not his name. And I'll pick the best one of these last ones. Nine. Why not? Honestly, these all sound really similar. I show meat. Which one of these sets do I use? Because there's 5 here that sound a certain way, and then there's 5 here that sound a different way. Alright. I gotta really listen to this. Alright. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. I'm gonna start with the 1. Familiar with Fallout London? Not familiar, but I know I've heard of it. These are just the same sound. Although they sound nothing alike, those are just the same sound, so I'll use them both. Just sorting with the Shogun lunch break. All right. 9. Land. And then I'll do one more of these ones. I'll do 6. All right, got 5 of those. Sound map, jump choices, land choices. Alright, now what happens? Okay, we start off with the landing sound. That's cool, I expected that. So the jumping isn't working, which is weird. That one doesn't really make much sense to me. How the jumping is not working. Okay, press space, so I should have the sound play. We get jump. Oh, right, last. Ooh, that's what I missed. That's what I missed. That's what I missed. So this is also supposed to pass in the details to use. That's the default. Ground. Ground. Jump. Should pass in last ground details. There we go. Okay, I don't need a breakpoint anymore though. Nice, it worked. I feel like it's a bit of an issue though. Sounds weird. It's like 42 errors. Auto exposure. Okay. It's really like cutting the sound off. Why is it doing that? Why does it cut the sound off? Is it because polyphonic is too low? That's actually probably exactly what it is, right? Polyphonic is too low, so it has to cut it off. All right. No, that doesn't make any sense because it's at 2. Oh, is it because I changed the polyphonic on it? Is that what happens? Because whenever I set a sound, I recompute that value and I set it, even if it hasn't changed. That could be causing it to interrupt itself. Set. It just sets the value, it doesn't do anything. What? Interesting. So when I set that, I have to then call. So setting it actually doesn't do anything. What? Setting it doesn't do anything. because it's only used here. So when I set it, I have to retrieve it again. That's really weird. Interesting. So when I'm setting the sound, it's always setting it to... What? Alright, I don't know. What if I just turn it to 3? See if I still get the sound interrupting. No, I'm interrupting it a lot. Oh, it's silent. I just made it silent. Okay. So I need to put like a breakpoint somewhere in here and figure out what's happening. Okay. Why are you making a game like Godot instead of Banshee game engine? Dude. You gotta wrap it up with these silly questions. Alright, now what's going on? Sound dirty. Oh. That's why it's interrupting. Because we are changing it. So it stops. No, I am here for that. Okay, so that explains why it stops. But that doesn't explain why it now has no sound. Okay, so I guess I need to do that. Yeah, okay. Sound should be a choices? No. This should be the one that was selected. This should be the random sound that was selected, which is land 2. Okay. So we've selected land 2 to play. This should be the only one that plays. Loudness is at 40. Then we call play sound. Okay, so nothing weird happens there. If not, sound is stream ready. That could be... Okay. This could also be... Nope. That shouldn't be... Volume and decibels, 0. Stream ID is 0. Playback, play, stream. Do we get back an invalid ID? Nope, I got a valid ID. I got 46. This is really annoying. Those errors are really weird. So playing IDs right with that added, right? IDs no overlap, erase it just in case, but it's not even there. So the thing is, because of how the audio engine works, it should have played when that line executed. It should have played. And it didn't play. It's just silent right now. Yeah, it's weird. It goes totally silent. It goes completely silent. Wait, why is check? Oh yeah, it's just the end of the parent. So I don't know why it didn't play sound. I actually don't know why it didn't play sound. It's just broken. All right, let's do like remote. Maybe I can find something in here with player. Oh, playing is off. Wait, why is playing off? When did that get set to false? So if I turn that on, we're gonna get sound again. Or not. Playing is off. Okay, alright. So that's a sign of what's happening. So where do I mess with this? Wait, why does stop not playback? Polyphony 36? What the hell? How is that 36? Is it counting everything from choices? No, choice should count as 1. Choice should count as 1. That's really weird. But also it doesn't even mean anything. It's definitely just broken right now. So this keeps turning it off. Stream paused. Wait. Wait, what? I'm playing it on the other screen, and I'm seeing it like. Okay. So what's happening here? Why is it silent? Wait, what is this max? Does that even mean anything? What? I'm super confused. I don't know what's going on right now. Let me go to audio. Stream player 3D or whatever it is. Okay, it's not in. That's resources. I need 3D scene. Audio player 3D. Internal set max polyphony. Really? What is internal? Internal is something difficult to find. Oh, audio stream player internal. Just gonna search for the word because it probably exists in like other things. What? Play callable, stop callable. What? What now? It just calls itself. What a weird setup. Okay. What an actually really weird setup. Check this out. Set max polyphony. It just sets the value. What does this even do? What? I'm so confused. Alright, what is this? What am I looking at? I don't understand. Phone book program. Interesting. So what? How do we add something to this? Play basic. This is the only place that I have a pushback. There's a clear. That's retrieving the last one. That's retrieving the last one. Removing. Clearing. Play basic. And that creates a stream playback. If stream is null, return that, which will just be null. Stream playback instantiate. Oh, okay. Okay, so play basic is called. Okay, it told me there was 2 and then it says there's 1. So does Audio Stream Player 3D use that method? Play, internal play basic. Okay. I only call that method once. Is play called anywhere by anyone? 248 matches. Okay. Get a random number and call them? I won't do that. ChatGPT 6 work in progress is trying to make you say more crap to train himself on. Yeah. A little bit. Set play. What is set play? Set play set. What is set play? And we'll find out here. Gotta go to a header file. What is set play? Safe numeric. Okay. Sounds like an atomic float. Set play get. So this doesn't do anything, it just stores a number. Oh man. Why does he go silent? Why does he go silent? Really strange. Do I need to like attach an audio listener to the player? Do I have to actually do that? What happens if I shoot? Let me go shoot a gun. The gun is silent too. Okay. The gun is totally silent. Okay, just toggle the current camera. Still silent. So I just clicked to shoot the gun. And I'm going to get a valid ID, right? Like, I don't understand. This is really strange. It seems like there's just nothing that I have. I've not done anything weird. It's just not playing. Why does the stream not show any audio? Doesn't the stream normally show something here? Yeah, it shows that. I mean, it's there. So it's got to be something's wrong with the playback. I feel like it's got to be something is wrong with the playback. But I can't see any information about playback. So I guess let me go to the polyphonic and see what happens. See what PlayStream does again. I mean, I didn't do anything. Like, I haven't touched this at all. The one place I can maybe believe is that the things that I change with the audio playback sometimes break, and I don't understand why. I haven't done anything here. Alright, let me see what I changed. What have I changed? I mean, what's even the problem here? Documentation. So if we have one reference count, we return playback. When we allocate it, we push it into the cache. And then I added this line. No, every sound stops playing. Like, just all of a sudden, every sound stops playing. It's gotta be something weird that I do. Maybe it's when I change the sound like the frame later. So I feel like I was... How? I mean, I'm trying to think of like, how can I figure out the point where it goes bad? But I don't even have a clue of what goes bad. And it's not like I can say, oh, when we say play sound and then there's no sound. Like, I can't. That happens after the problem. I feel like it's possible this cache gets deleted, or the references are no longer valid. That's possible. But they would all have to be deleted at the same time. Like, literally all the sounds. Every sound. I hadn't even shot yet. So that's not true. I hadn't even shot the gun yet. And the sound stopped playing, and then I picked up the gun and it wasn't playing sound. So this is a problem absolutely with something in here. It's not the code that I submitted before. Something around here is bad. Let me do this. Let me stop. I'm just gonna try something. I'm gonna set here. Player max will be 2. Do that up there. Playback. Get stream playback. I actually don't have to do that because I can just say play. Yeah, in fact, I really don't have to do that. I can do this. I can do this somewhere else. Like down here. I actually have to do something different. I have to do this. Yeah, I do audio stream polyphonic new, set that, and then I do player stream equals that, and then I call play, and then I do playback equals get stream playback. That's how I should do it. The next gen Xbox will be a PC. Wonder if they'll close it. I immediately have an error. Xbox Rally handheld. Yeah, I mean Windows is crap. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows Windows sucks. Even Windows knows Windows sucks. So it's still cutting it off pretty hard. Oh, silence, silence, silence. It just happened. How, like what? Why though? But why though? But why though? Why? Why? Stop called with a null playback. Okay. How? Well, I mean, I guess that's expected. I don't know. It kind of makes sense. Let me not even do that. Let me just call update sound and not do stop. Yeah, literally, let me just do that. Let me not call stop. Because what if that's like the real problem? Alright, well, fix the cutoff sound at least. That's even worse than new local accounts. More AI features running in the background. Like, what if just calling stop is actually the problem? Because I get now suddenly I was getting it happen really frequently. And now it's not happening. What if it's the playback gets stopped? No, because I call playback stop and start. Why would that bug it sometimes? How does... Oh, wait. I might have an idea. Are you going to port your game? You already asked me that. I've got the idea. It's not here. I actually don't know where it is. But I bet what's happening is I call start and stop right next to each other. And active what the hell is this? Oh, locked is that's true there. Alright, good. This happens. Possibly. And I end up... Well, okay, well, first of all, I don't think active is just a boolean. I think it's one of these, like, safe booleans. Is it? Please? That's a stream. I want active... Okay, it's just a regular boolean. Meanie. I guess actually when I call stop and start, it actually will call... Or no, it shouldn't call stop again, but it would call it for me. I've got a feeling... Let me do that, actually. Actually, this is a great idea. Okay. This is a great idea. I can check the value of that variable. This is my prediction. Somewhere around here, if not playback is playing, push warning, that. And what I want to do, I'm gonna hit stop. I'm gonna add this call to stop again. At this up here. I'm gonna leave a note, a act to do critical. This is bad. Remove this. Just so I definitely don't forget it. No, ARM is technically risk 5, but tell me ARM has a appreciate about it. Okay, well that's nothing. That one I actually expected. Wait, is it printing it? Every single time I play a sound, it's saying it's not playing. Well, is that the right function? Return to active. Well. I don't know. The problem is it seems it's totally random. Oh, it happened. It actually just happened. Okay. Although this is still happening every single time, so I guess this is not a good test at all. So sad. Maybe wait. Put that back. Put that back. Move it down here. Are you asking me or are you asking Danlin? Okay, so it seems like every time I do this, it's gonna be false. That's actually... Ah, useless, useless, useless. Useless. This is bad, remove this. Removed. We no longer call stop. Can I make it happen? How long do I have to run around before I know for a fact that it doesn't or does not work? Let me not even jump up and down, so it can only happen when I'm just walking. Or running, I guess. Me? I don't know, dude. I just program. Raiden was doing like CPU instructions in a course, and it looked terrible. I would rather build a computer in Minecraft than do that. Always bully the nice one because you can get away with it. Yeah. Do I have to be swapping the streams like constantly? Too fast. Actually really fast right now. Oh, lost it. Rick 5. Rick. You said you don't know something and all I told you to give up, that's all. I mean, what? Like, dude, what are you talking about right now? I don't think I misunderstood anything. Okay, so I'm not calling stop anymore. That came from nowhere. Hi, R1. Is that what I should say? R1? Maybe... right? Like R-I-E-T? Okay, I feel like I jumped around enough. Let me add the line back. I don't like that I don't really know why this happens. I'm assuming it's, I mean, maybe is it like another bug? It's another engine bug. It's already silent. it's silent immediately. Okay. So I think that just kind of proves it. To do figure out why having this line just nukes all audio. I really don't know why. I don't know. I wouldn't even leave it as a to-do. I don't know why, but having this line just nukes all audio for the player. Permanently. Even replacing the stream doesn't fix it. Move back to Arch from Nyx. Man, I wish I understood why. I wish I understood why. I don't feel like figuring out why though. Maybe I should look that up just to see. Because what this... Okay, so what this function runs is it runs playback stop and playback start. And then it clears these. But this doesn't do anything. It's this... These calls... Actually, you know what? Let me even leave like... Let me just straight up do like a warning here. Push warning. This method sometimes breaks the audio player permanently. Please don't use it. Like, I don't even call... I call playback stop and playback start. This is what that does. It barely does anything. Like, maybe this somehow? Like, I don't understand. Is it this? Stream play... Stream unref. Oh. So we do unreference the stream. The playback is nothing. But we do unreference the stream. Wait, why do they call unref? Why do they do that? No, that doesn't seem right at all. They shouldn't be calling unref. Should they? Maybe... What? Stream unref. No, even new sounds it breaks. Even... Wait. No, that stops... No, this is... Okay, this is definitely a Godot bug, actually. I just realized. This is a different sound player from the gun sound. This is like... The weapon creates its own positional audio player. It literally breaks all audio. Yeah, okay. It breaks all audio. That's really weird. I can't imagine that it's me, the code that I'm doing. Heroes finding bugs. I don't know, maybe somehow I introduced this, but I looked at what I added. This isn't like a shared... This isn't a shared cache. This is a cache per stream. Even something that hasn't even been loaded yet into memory, that audio player breaks as well. I have no idea what's up with this. Oh, wait, is this the error? Wait. Is this the bug that they just fixed? No. I know they mentioned something for audio, but that's not what this is. Audio, sound. What if it's... One sec. And now it's dark. What if it's just like my system? What if this is a system problem? When I call stop on the playback, it like stops playback on the whole application. Or maybe it starts playing to a different audio output. Is that possible? Even praise you today to Mezu, now you're embarrassing. Dude, what? Leave this on. What? Also, I actually watched that stream. Here's the end of it. Because I was curious. Did you say you've been watching me for a year, Yelia? I think it was a bit of an overstatement. Yeah, I don't know. It's because it stops audio from different audio players. I think you did. You said like, I've been watching this guy for a year. I haven't even been streaming that long. I mean, unless, yeah, that's a point. Yeah, I was gonna say, unless you were watching like my very first streams from like 2 years ago. Yeah, this, okay, so just straight up, I'm even gonna make this an error, so I never call this until I figure out why to do. I haven't actually tested walking next to the other guy yet. Let me bring this back. Okay, let me bring this back. I'll get rid of that. Only one. Yeah. So, I should be able to break it pretty quickly. I mean, I even broke it like before I even heard any sound. I won't even pick that up because I don't think it's... No, it does have the audio player here. Come on, you gotta break. I think it's gotta be something to do with like my jumping or like I change... Somehow I get some overlap to happen. Like maybe it has to be frame perfect and that's why it's really rare. Broke it. Okay. So if I shoot the gun, no sound. No sound? Now I want to see if this guy's audio is broken. It's silent. It's straight up silent. Yeah, it breaks all audio. It's gotta be just either one of these two methods is breaking all audio. It's been super consistent when I'm not calling those methods. I mean, I could even test which one is breaking. Maybe calling stop and start at the same time is like poor practice. But for now, I just know that doing that basically solves the problem. What assumes how it happens? I think it's gotta be a timing thing where I'm like playing two sounds one frame after the other. Because I just did it before. I think it happens like exactly when I jump, or if I... Like, so I landed. So right now the audio is set to basically a landing sound. And then it changes to a walking sound when I start walking. I can't remember the first time when it happened. I feel like the first time it happened, I was aiming in and out. So I was doing this. So I think I caused it to happen because it swapped from walking to running. And I just got it like one frame start stop, next frame start stop, and that somehow broke it. So it might just be that I'm calling start and stop at the same time. And it may be due to, I mean, this line is really suspicious. I'm looking for the file. Audio server singleton lock. This is really suspicious. Maybe somehow something crazy happens and we lock and we never unlock. I mean, that could be possible. I don't know what this does. I actually don't know what lock on the auto server does. But that's really suspicious to me. Something canceling it out, that's the case means no recovery after audio crashes. Yeah, because what I even do is I call stop, update sound, will remake the player, right? So I create a new stream, I set it, and then I call play, which creates a new playback stream. So there's like 3 weird layers of abstraction here. You have the player, you have the stream, and then you have the stream playback. The stream playback interfaces with the audio server. So even like, it's definitely something left over that the last playback did that the new playback can't undo. Could be the lock doesn't release. I mean, I don't know if it is, because the weird thing is, it can do it again. We could even call lock again and then unlock. So I don't know, maybe lock is like a counter, so we count up from... It's not like an on or an off. It's like a positive value. So if you call lock twice, you have to call unlock twice. That could be happening. I don't know, that's weird, because it should... If it's called lock, it should always call unlock. I don't know, something weird happens. So I can't call stop. It's probably only because I call stop on the same playback. I really don't know. I really don't know. Because it's not like I call it more than once. I can call it one frame and then call it on the next frame, but then audio, it's a different stream now at that point. That function has to return. I don't know. But then I like can't... I've messed around with it a bunch, I can't seem to get it to happen again. Strange. Yeah, so I'm just gonna say for now, like I can't call that method. Yeah, what if they get reordered? I don't see... I don't see a prevention to stop this from being reordered. I mean, I guess you could say it's really unlikely that this could get reordered. But it could be. I don't know, let's go look at... I think I have pulse audio, right? How do I even check? How do I even know? Mutex lock, mutex unlock. There's actually no... Yeah, there's nothing stopping this from getting reordered. That's pretty bad. That's not at all how you're supposed to use those. Because the lock should return a boolean if you got it, right? The lock is supposed to return a boolean. That's how this works. What even is this? Lock. What? What am I looking at? Yeah, this is not correct. You're not supposed to do that. Lock should always... It's never a try. Lock should always return a boolean. Why do they do this? Or even like you do lock and then you do a check like, hey, are we locked? Did it work? Or ideally, you use a wrapper where the destructor unlocks it. So you would say like lock equals mutex get lock. And you're guaranteed to get the lock eventually, but just maybe not right away. The call could hang. Yeah, this isn't right. Also, what is mutex? Standard mutex type. Alright, well, I don't trust that. It's gotta be that lock. I think it's gotta be the lock. They do it wrong. I'm assuming something else in the audio servers is locking, so sometimes calling stop can fail. Or sometimes calling lock can fail. So then when you call unlock, then really bad things happen. So probably the first call to lock is not so bad. If it fails. The unlock is probably where stuff really breaks. So I can't call that. It's gotta be a bug. So your game in the VOD? It was just like animating a character, I think. That's all that I saw. I just skipped right to the end. I looked at like the screenshots from the Steam page. That's all I've seen though. And like I said, there's also nothing actually stopping a reordering of those calls either. I hear that the CPU can just totally ignore you and be like, oh yeah, we're just going to call this in a different order anyway. So the unlock could happen and then a lock could happen. Or the unlock could happen and then, I don't know, the unlock fails or like it uses a number. I don't know what mutex uses. I think mutex uses a counter. I think it's a number. I don't think it's a boolean. But who knows? It depends on the system. Skipping to see how it happened? Dude. Should I not do that? When someone raids me, should I not like later on go look at the stream and see like what happened? I don't know, I'm just curious about it. Audio engine's keeping a lock when you call a stop, trying to unlock at the same time locking another stream. I don't think so, because this is the only thing that I have playing. So stop is, at least on my side, on GDScript side, stop fully executes and then returns. So it's purely like in C++, like this code, okay, for like I'm gonna say it again. This is bad. This is not how you use a mutex at all. You don't just call lock and assume you got it. You call try lock. Or you call get lock and the method will freeze until you get the lock. They just straight up call lock and just pretend like everything is fine. They just straight up call lock and then call unlock. This is not how you use a mutex at all. They should return a boolean, or it should freeze. I'm assuming that's not how it works. It doesn't freeze. Because things keep running, right? This method returns. The game keeps running. No, I shouldn't do that. Okay, well, crazy stuff. I don't know. I've been rambling a little bit. What have I got? Why did the import for Grass 3 change? What? What is that? That's... what? You know what would be a cool feature if Twitch adds captions? Just had a reply option to exactly what they said at the streamer. I mean, it doesn't take much to... When I'm like watching other streamers and they reply to something they said like 10 seconds ago that I've already forgotten about, I'm like, wow, how do I remember that? I think it's not. It's like, it's weird. It's not that hard to remember, like what you've said and what someone replies. Unless I actually made a mistake and I replied. I assumed that no was for something else. Or maybe I asked 2 questions at once and then I don't remember. I did multiple times. Yeah. I'm just rambling. Alright, what have I got here? Added names. see? Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just talk too much. Maybe I say too many things at once. There's also a low latency thing that I'm assuming you get, like, if you're a partner or something. Where basically as fast as I can upload is, like, about as quick as someone sees the stream and can reply, and it's really real time. What is that line? 332? In what? Character base? Oh, I'm on it. Definitely should fix my DAW files and set up dark themes. Just landed false, just landed true. Run them out. I set that to 3 just cuz. Because I can technically like play a step. I can land. The land could take long enough that I play a step and then I jump. So I have like 3 sounds playing at once. And every single time I change that out, it creates a new stream. Or it creates a new stream playback. Dude, they have... Their audio names are crazy all over the place. Audio stream is an actual file. Then you have stream... Then you have a polyphonic stream player. You have a polyphonic stream playback. And then you have an audio player 3D. It's like word salad. What? You're the only decent human being here. What about me? Godot Engine Project was hacked together. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've looked at the code long enough, I've seen that. Honestly though, like the more I'm looking at it, this lock thing is this is... I'm surprised that it's not like been fixed. I feel like that's gotta be something that like has happened before. What is this? A settled trailer. I'm assuming it only happens because I call stop a couple times too fast. But even that's like... whatever. Even his mod is a psycho. I'm not a good person. I mean, that's just a lie, I think. I mean, you can't... I don't know. Whatever. Sounds a bit like vain to talk like that. Alright, Moog, you're a little too much. That's a little too much. You two have known each other longer than I have. Well, yeah. What am I doing? I'm like really distracted. This is... Okay, I'm gonna finish getting the concrete sounds in, the rock sounds, and then I can send it all. Then I can send it all. I don't know much about Christianity. I didn't know about that. What? Is that like a Catholic Christian word? Vain? I don't think so. I wouldn't think so. Like, I don't necessarily mean that in like that kind of way. It's like kind of like full of yourself to talk like that, I was thinking. To say like, oh, you gotta say that I'm a good person, because I obviously am, right? That's just weird to talk like that. That's really intense. Look at this. Oh, I thought there was like a sharp line. Never mind. No, I was talking about what I was saying. This is a little much. This peak. So I think I used 5 sounds for the other one. It's just so intense. Choose popcorn. I think I may cut out one of these two. I may just do 5 and not use one of these two. This one seems the worst. By worst, I mean like loudest. Okay. So I'll start with... Wait, this is jump. Wrong one. Alright, which one of these will I not use? I gotta stop the music. I think 5. 5 is the worst. Clear that. Jump 1. And music back. Why does... I swear I'm not actually hitting the caps key like that. I keep suddenly ending up in caps. What did I say? 5 was the worst? Also, I actually just remembered a game that I played a while ago that I thought was really cool. And I can't believe I forgot about it. The next time, because it's probably going to happen, the next time I end up having to compile a Godot again, and it's going to take a while, if I don't have anything better to do, there's this programming game in Python. Coincidentally, it's Python. Called The Farmer Was Replaced. I think it's a good game to play while I wait for something else to happen. Something to finish. Because at least it's still coding. Okay. Rock. Woo, that was not correct spelling. Rock. Land? You think the PC is going to hold up while streaming? I think that game is pretty light. It's a pretty light game. I think it's... I got a feeling it was even made to be light. So that is the kind of game that you can play while you're like doing something CPU intensive. What am I doing? Landing now. So I think I said 1 was the worst. Yeah. They're both pretty bad, but I think 1 is... Wait. While compiling, playing the game and streaming? Yeah. I think it can handle it. I just did an internet speed test while I was streaming, and that was fine. I don't know what kind of, like, bottleneck would actually exist there. That's on, like, the computer side or internet side. I don't... Wait, is 2 worse? Okay, it's gotta be 1. Close that to make sure these saved, because it's always iffy. I think you did that before. I think I tried running... I know I did something where I like ran 2 instances of my own game, or a different game while my game was running. My computer can't handle that. The OBS can't handle that, at least. That's too much CPU. And I could try it. I could do like a fake compile. A fake one. A real one, but for no reason. Alright, that's all I should have to add. And then it works. I get running and jumping and... Huge. Okay. Alright, all that's going. What is this? I have poly 3 there, then I set it to 2 when I load. I think that line should probably just go away. That line should probably just go away. Don't think it was there? Yeah, this would have been a while ago. I'm not even sure if Yili was there. Could be having false memories. Yep. I know it was a while ago that I tried. Okay, that seems like it was still working. I was AFK. Huh? Oh. When you mentioned playing a game while compiling. I think the only time I tried that was a while ago, before you were watching probably. I don't think it was compiling. I think it was just running my own game, and I ran a second game on top of that. I don't know what. If it was like 2 copies of my own game or a different one. Misread him. Okay. I think mine can run while I compile, but I don't know if I've actually tried that. Like intentionally. I might have done it by accident and it was fine. Wait, what? Did it remove the line? Okay, yeah, just delete those. Alright. All of the audio. And then I'm adding everything else but world. Yeah. I'm gonna doing something else. I mean, I tried to do something else. Sometimes I have looked at like dialogue, like try to come up with dialogue that I might have for certain things. I know it's not long enough that I can get into anything else, but it's also long enough that it's really boring to just sit there for 2 minutes. Okay. Add run, jump, land sounds. Fix audio issue. More like a hide. Fix. Actually, it could just be in quotes. Fix. Hide. Audio issue. Nah, I don't need that. Seems to be a bug when calling playback stop too much. It can break all audio in the program. Seems to be unfixable once it happens. And then, yeah. Add just landed to play landing sounds. Also, can I use just landed to check for like fall damage? I don't think I want fall damage at all, but I guess at the very least it could be used for animations on zombies. Or maybe I want to get really cool and have like do a roll when you land from a high enough height. I don't know. That'd be really silly. What else is here? Add it running, jumping, landing sounds for grass and rock. Refactor, character base, for movement sounds. All right, now what? Now what? I think that's everything that I really need for movement sounds. I could have something for like walking into a wall. I could fix that too. Playing the landing sound as soon as you spawn. Oh, wait a second. I should actually definitely do that right away. I probably shouldn't play a landing sound unless I'm like traveling down at some slightly higher than like really low speed. So let me set that up. I definitely want that. Because there's the case where I could just be walking forward and like take a small step down and it might say, oh, I played landing, so it's like plays a really loud like crunch sound, which wouldn't make sense. Because from your perspective, you wouldn't have like dropped at all. It wouldn't look like it. Thinking about probably meters per second. I don't even know what's like a slow speed. Yeah, let's do that. Orb Raider. Right, 01. Maybe 05. I don't even know how I would test this. I guess I would test it by like starting myself like slightly higher and higher up off the ground. Technically this would be relative to the platform that I land on, but I'm not going to have moving platforms, so I don't need to worry about that. Minimum vertical speed. When landing, to play a landing sound. So just landed would check. How does last velocity work? I think last velocity sets at the end of the method. So I would have to grab it before. Actually, that would be like kind of dumb, wouldn't it? That would make last velocity kind of useless. Alright, where do I use last velocity? Because I just realized that this isn't a bad spot. This is not where it should be. It is used... What? In Zombie, checking the last velocity. So that's after update movement, so this should be changed to just velocity. So that should be changed to velocity. Or last velocity. Yeah, vision last velocity. Okay. Alright, this one should definitely just change to velocity, I think. If I have movement and I just moved very little, sleep. Okay. But last velocity should be velocity, which will be the same as real velocity. At the start. So otherwise that doesn't really make sense how I'm doing this. Where last velocity is not the current velocity, and also not the previous velocity, it's just the current velocity. Did I say that right? Where last velocity is just the same as the current velocity always, and it's never actually the last velocity that I had. So... yeah, I want last velocity, I think. And then I will check if last velocity is greater than this value in the vertical component, wherever that is. Where is that? If just landed, and last velocity length squared is greater than or equal to land sound speed squared. So silent when I start? Okay, I played the sound. Is that possibly because the value is set to 0 right now? Probably. Oh no, it is. Okay. So let me just start setting it to higher values until it stops. How high off the ground am I? It's a good question. Probably what I should do is put myself to the height that I wouldn't want a sound to play at. And also hide this nav mesh. So am I thinking like and maybe that high off the ground I shouldn't play a sound. Then I'll see what value I have to set it at. I could compute it too. Okay, so I played it, so I feel like something is wrong. I feel like something is very wrong. This has got to be incorrect. Also, this is actually just also incorrect. I should be getting the length, or just the value of the Y component. Right? So let me do that. If inverting the Y velocity, actually, yeah, what am I doing? This is really poor and hacky. This is not what I should be doing. Down speed squared be last velocity dot up direction times the dot with up direction length squared. If the down speed squared is greater than or equal to land sound speed, then do this. Okay. Then I'll check this. Okay. Downspeed is a half meter per second. That just seems crazy to me. Ow. What? What's my current velocity? Or last velocity? I'm like just above the ground though. This is weird. Why is that so high? I'm moving at a meter per second after... mean, like I said, I could compute it. I moved myself like points. I'm like 5 centimeters off the ground. Is this snapping? Am I snapping? I could have snapped to the ground, which would do this. Which would very quickly, I could be snapping to the ground. But I shouldn't be doing that unless I've already... Okay, let me test this. I shouldn't be snapping to the ground. That could make sense. That velocity could make sense if I'm snapping, which is probably really likely, actually. So let me check, where would it be? Snap down, somewhere around here. After I've done all my movement. If grounded and if we were grounded and no ground, I guess if I get in here at all, then I shouldn't, like, this is a mistake to be in there at all when I start. Okay, it's not happening. So I've done no snapping. This is just... Really? Why is my acceleration the same as last velocity? Now that seems wrong. I feel like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem right to me. All right, let me move the line back to the bottom. Because this is where it was. Does anything change? Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. My acceleration cannot be the same as my velocity. That doesn't make sense. Oh no, it can be. No. It can be. Okay, this doesn't actually change it. Alright, I get it. I was reading it wrong. My acceleration is like stopping instantly. So that's why the acceleration looks like that. That's why it's the same. Because it's just in the opposite direction. I scrolled too far. Right? My acceleration is this value, and then my last velocity was that value, so it's as if I suddenly accelerated up at some speed. So maybe I could say if the acceleration in the up direction at the time that I land... No, that wouldn't make sense. It should definitely just be the velocity. Like, technically relative to the platform that I'm on. But the platform is just the entire Earth, and everything is static. That just seems weird to me. that it's so high. I know the acceleration is like 9.8 meters per second of acceleration. But it's like 5. Let me just look. Let me just find this out. How fast are you? How fast are you moving when you fall from 5 centimeters? Free fall calculator. Feet per second squared. Are we insane? These guys gotta be crazy, right? 5 centimeters. Really? So that is true. After 5 centimeters, I'm traveling like a whole meter per second. That just seems so high to me. But alright. I will just rethink reality here. I guess you actually get pretty fast, pretty quick. Finally got dark mode working. They need to have... They need dark mode for like the internet. The internet needs dark mode. I'm on this like calculator website and it's just really, really bright. Alright, what's our speed? Down speed, 0.668. So that won't happen. What? Current value, 0.2. No. 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 Fix my downfalls. I don't want to go through this again next time. Do you do like a GitHub repo where you have all your stuff? So you just download it? Alright, cool. Didn't play it. Used to. Cool. Now if I lift the player a little bit higher, I get the sound. Whoa, why am I not snapping anymore? Okay. Just... What? What's happening? And now we're snapping again. What was that? Then I moved to Nix. A couple times disk space. Oh, compile times in disk space were unforgiving. No sound still. Alright, that was sound. So how high off the ground am I? .9. Let's make it 0.8. I want to find the spot where this stops. Or I guess I can just put a breakpoint there and see exactly what it is. That would be smart. 0.96. So I guess I can just say, yeah, 0.96. If we're over 0.96, then we do it. That's also squared, so I actually need to square root that. .98. All right. Yeah, 0.98. So I get the sound here. Cool. And if I go one lower, no sound. I got sound. Okay, that's a bit weird. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that's right. 0.8, no sound. Wait, no, 0.8, I should have sound. Okay, very slightly lower, I guess. 0.97. Hey Dylan, trying to make a turret system. Why is this being a little weird? Oh wait, I'm in the ground. So no sound here. I got sound. Okay, back to 0.98. This is really a little dumb. So I'm at 0.07, I want no sound. Oh my gosh. What is it? Reminder that you are in hell and Godot is your eternal torture. Okay. Thanks. I almost forgot. .962. That's what I thought. So .98. Okay, 0.98 would still play because I'm picking a lower number. Dude, what? I'm being zapped. One sec. I don't know why I said zapped. I meant blinded. Zapped is not the right word. Waves slurps on drink. Okay, so if I want... Alright, this is where I don't want sound to play, right? Because I'm at 0.7. Then I want sound to play. This is so difficult. Okay, guaranteed no sound plays, right? This is the value I want. Don't make us on jokes. Yeah, that's exactly why I shouldn't have said that. 0.962. Okay. So now I want sound to play at this speed. .962. Oh, I get it. Well, nothing I can do about that. This is not reality, of course, so that's not how any of this works. I travel in big chunks at a time. I'm not continuously accelerating at like super high resolution. So I don't know, let me just say 0.982. 0.981. Actually, I can't do that because I say that's the speed that I'm at. So, all right, whatever. Whatever. This is where it's at. Why did I say that? This cringe Yili is gonna say that ignorant thing again. That's exactly what went through my head. But this should not. This is 0.6. No sound for this. Sweet. Okay. That's all I wanted. Was that polished? Should I have like spent that? Should I have even done that? Was that a polished thing that I should have left for the future? Probably. Oh well, it's done now. So I moved the last velocity up there where it should be. Let me make that its own commit because I'm sure that's probably somehow gonna come back to get me in the future. That always happens. Every time I change anything in there, it's like new bug. New bug found. At least say no, Yoli, don't say that about yourself. You're funny and pretty and tall. Okay. You got what? What? Do I want to know what that word is? Okay. At least once. Sure. We'll say that I said all that. Move last velocity to actually track the last velocity. I mean, technically, if any bug happens because of this, then it was because last velocity was a bug. So that's easy mode censorship. Pickaxe all? What does that mean? It's an option. Pickaxe all. Okay. Add minimum speed to play land sound per player. Alright, now what? Am I done messing around with small silly things? Is this all done? That's all done. Now, the hard part. Making them actually listen. And react. I don't wanna. This stuff is, like, weird. There goes my internet. Tough. At least Twitch is misbehaving. That's usually the problem. This is really loud now. So for now, I know that I want it to be quieter, but I'm just gonna cheat and turn this down. Make that a little bit quieter. And it doesn't save when I do that, so I have to like really convince it to save with magic. How do I do that? Why does everything keep opening? I do this, it's actually low, I do have to hit save, because then otherwise it actually doesn't do it. It's really weird like that. Okay. Did massive one-liner have an install script? It's benching hard. A little too loud still, I think. Try 4. Yes, why do I just feel like it's actually not getting quieter at all? Somehow. I've turned it all the way down. Should be like totally silent. Alright, it's actually getting quieter. So maybe 4 just isn't enough. Let me try 5 then. Okay, cool. What was that? Inconsistent undo history? Okay. Odd. I don't think I hit undo to anything. Okay, so now I need to make the zombies. Let me first have them just respond to gunshots. Let me just do that. Let me see if I can get that to happen. Basically, my idea is I'm just gonna like use the scope gun, aim at the zombie so I can see which way he's facing, and then shoot, and then see if he looks at me. And stand at about the distance that I think he should look at me. Alright. First I want to go ahead and check that the weapon node is spawning one of these with the correct group weapon. Cool. Or that's the bus. The positional audio player needs a group. Okay, so it needs yeah, it needs to have the groups. Alright, let me do this. Let me create something called sound groups so I can configure it. Not FPS. Oh yeah. It is a third-person shooter. Duplicate. Make it 3. And then guns will have no limit. Right. And then how do I have the loudness? So I should have pistol sound is these, loudness. Yeah, that ain't right. So I mean, it's just gonna be the loudest of any of these. So I'll just say the, is it the body? The transient? I think the transient is probably the best one to modify. So I think the volume, oh god. They say that work air raid. Huh? Rocket launching from pad. Cap gun. Right, they say handguns are like 160, shotguns are like 170. So I guess I'll do that. I'll say 160 for that transient. Okay. Technically this will be the pistol one, but that will be probably changed in the future. Okay. All right, so that's playing correctly there. I want to be sure that it's playing the sound correctly. Trigger sound. Okay. I just want to go through this and be sure that 160 is the number coming out of this when I shoot. Okay. Jeez, scared myself. I was like hesitant for a second. I was like, is this actually gonna play when I click over that? Yes, it does. Max loudness 160. Cool. 41 errors. Love it. All fake. Fake errors. Okay. So 160 happened. So now I'm going to... Is it really? What? Oh, okay. So... Jeez. Where am I at? Zombie basic mind. Senses, add hearing. They listen for, I don't even know. Minimum loudness to respond to is 10, max distance is 200. Codename, hearing, vision, hearing, frequency 30, that's fine. There's no debug on this. Yeah, nothing happens. That was loud. I didn't even have the stream volume low. Yeah, because that was just at max volume. That wasn't even like reduced. Or was it? Actually, I don't know. It should have been reduced. It scared me. Because I forgot whether or not I was actually going to play. Yeah. Close these. Close. I'm sure that's working. I'm sure that's working. I gotta go to sense, hearing, and I guess I'm just gonna step through this and see. Well, first of all, I'm gonna do that so it's just running, but it's not gonna break right away. Then I'm going to shoot. I'm gonna hit escape, add a breakpoint, and then I try to click as fast as I could, and I don't even know if the sound went through, but maybe it did. Actually, it didn't because it would have played the sound. So hit continue and prepare. Oh yeah, we're not, because the gun has to load. Okay, now prepare. All right, one more. Oh, it's gonna play now. Okay, now we're gonna hear it. Zombie's gonna hear it. Sounds is 0. Continue. Sounds is empty. Oh, right, because right. Because I don't know what the group is. I don't know what that looks like. I wanted to test that to quickly see what it looks like. That's funny. It's just cutting the sound off. Okay. Whoops. Alright, what have we got? So what sounds we played? We have groups IDK. And then who knows what the sounds are because it's hidden. So there should only be one sound. Actually, there's going to be a couple. There's going to be a bunch of sounds because I was walking around. Source null. Okay, so that would actually be the gunshot then. Yeah, loudness 160. Well, I guess that would be the last sound because I'm iterating it backwards. Right, so. This should all be passing until I get to the groups. What do we have? Has attenuation. Okay, right, yeah. So attenuation should compute something here for this distance. Which I guess we'll see what that comes out to be. Looks like it's about 300 meters away from him, which is gotta be incorrect. That's gotta be incorrect. Location negative 400. The diff is that. Okay, so that looks correct. So his distance... Oh, no, I guess it's not 300. 300. That'd be like 300 times 3. Or 30. I can't square root in my head. So we have attenuation. So we're going to get our sound distance. 95 meters. Seems about right. Linear loudness. Little multiplier. Get the gain linear. So I'm going to step in here and look at this. So we're doing that one. Attenuation inverse distance, which is just linear. So I'm 96 meters away, so I guess that means I attenuate a decibel every meter or something? I actually don't know. Alright, so volume is 0.104. Alright, what does that mean? Loudness linear is going to be multiplied by that. Wow, loudness linear is incredibly high. Alright. So now we're at 10 million loudness linear. Alright. The decibels, I believe that should come back to something definitely below 160, definitely above 10. So loudness, 140. Alright, cool. Yeah. Maybe that should be distance squared. Actually, wait, no. How does decibels work? It's like 10 is 100 times or 1,000 times louder. I don't know. Volume is weird. 140. What's about 140? An airplane taking off. Okay, so that's still pretty loud. A bicycle horn. Huh? Wait, what? What is a bicycle horn? Why is it so loud? A car horn is 110. A bicycle horn is 140. That's got to be a mistake. So this is about as loud as a noisy squeeze toy. Like I'm assuming like those chickens or whatever that are really loud. Percussion section, an airplane apparently. Artillery fire at 500 feet. Car stereo. A car race. Alright, I don't know. A bike has the bell? Like, is that really how loud I don't know. I feel like I hear a car horn and I'm like, oh my god, that was really loud. And a bike horn, there's no way it's any louder than that. Maybe it is. Maybe they make them really loud. Okay, well, that seemed to work out pretty well. It attenuated. Probably not as much as it should have. I'm just going to look up like a realistic, like... how much sound attenuates. I'm assuming it's squared. .1 distance from the source. What? 100 at 160. What? It is inverse square. Known sound pressure level 160. Distance 100. Can I just... Why are we doing that? I just want... What, even? I don't know. 150? Where? Alright, that's odd. Alright, I'm just gonna believe... What is this? What are we doing? Why is everyone copying each other? A decrease of 6 decibels every time you double the distance. Okay. 6 decibels is half the volume when you double the distance. What? Is that correct? That says linear. That's actually like opposite of linear. 2 meters away, 6 decibels down. 4 meters away, 6 decibels down. 8 meters away, 6 decibels down. Yeah. What? Is that just the log scale being weird? Oh well, I'm pretty sure it's probably supposed to be. I mean, their default is linear, which I think is strange. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Okay. I'm just gonna say it's squared. But that would be in the positional audio player itself. Is logarithmic actually more correct? So logarithmic says this. dB to linear. So 20 decibels with this log thing. I don't know. Let me wait till let me do like a breakpoint here. It'll be a bit easier. Then I have to do stuff where I like wait like that. Or have to like just click and then add the breakpoint. Cool. So now I can wait till I get about here. So we're going to go with the inverse square. So volume is going to be like 0.01. Loudness is now 120. So at this distance, hammer on a nail. A siren. A rock concert. I don't have a good feel on like how loud guns sound from a distance, but I just feel like the inverse square, if I'm doing it on a linear scale, inverse square has got to be correct. If we're looking at the log scale, then that's where like logs, I guess just the effect of it has that weird thing where the decibel value drops slower with distance. But I feel like that's got to be correct. Okay. But then I want to see, I don't know why I keep stopping it. I want to see groups. What am I supposed to pass for groups? So groups is that value that I typed in. And then sound has groups. Okay. What? No groups on the sound. That's just gained from here, which is exactly what I do, I thought. Yeah, I said it there. Wait, do I? No, oh, no, I don't. Silly me, of course. I didn't do that yet. So... I'll just say gunshot. Okay, so that's how I do groups. Alright, that's what I wanted to see. So in here, I would say they respond to gunshot. And then I would just close that and hit save, and apparently it... Okay. Cool, saved. And now I want to see this. Basically when I get there. So I expect that me walking is not going to be loud at this distance, but I guess I'll find out. Okay. It's not even the same group anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is the only thing that he can hear right now. Oh, and he heard it. Never mind. Never mind. He didn't hear it. Why not? So hearing, they are sensitive to gunshot, target groups. Enabled. We're enabled, we're processing it. Alright, let me go back here then, and put this back. Okay. Groups. IDK. Y. I'm being messed with. I'm being messed with right now. This is messing with me. That is not what is here. That's not what's here. Reload project. It's not true. It's messing with me again. Look at it. Look at it. It changed it back to IDK, even though I have it typed in here as that value. Oh, look, we saved it. Oh, whoops. Sorry. I fake saved it last time. Now I really saved it. Gunshot. Look at that. Okay. So the sound should have a group of gunshot. Good. The source is null. Whatever. Happened at that time. This attenuation model. 10 unit size. Oh, that's incorrect. The unit size should be 1. Yeah, the unit size is supposed to be 1. Alright. So that means things should fall off a little bit faster. I'm back. Hello. Don't tell me I missed your break. Nope. I've blown right past the time I should have had a break. Gunshot. Sound. Attenuation model. Unit size. Loudness. All of that. It is a gunshot. We care about gunshots. I guess I can just, okay. Continue. Sounds, 1 sound. Loudness, 80 decibels. Okay. 80 is like that. Heavy traffic. I feel like maybe that's too much now. An alarm clock. 65 to 80. Alarm clock is pretty loud. A lawnmower somewhere in there. A noisy restaurant. Yeah, that seems about right, actually. From this distance, I might say that's, you know, it's loud, but it's not, definitely not a gunshot loud at almost exactly 100 meters. Okay, so we got sounds. Now we're gonna save it. We will make it. This is our first memory, apparently. Start our event. Very cool. We got bytes. Set the expire to 10 seconds. There's 10. At the time of day. There's time of day. Or sorry, that was game time. Now I just added time of day. Time of day should be a pretty big number. Cool. Travel, direction and distance. My position, which way I'm facing. And the source. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Yeah. It's a null source. Okay, so I guess I can just put it over here now, and I'll have to run that. Just delete that. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, what's weird is you mention that, and suddenly I start feeling hungry, so there's that. Okay, we got our sounds, we add everything, no problems. Finish the event, save the memory. Now if I go to wherever it is, memory bank, memories, sensory, sensory logs, 2, and then here's the event. 67. 10 seconds to expire. All that stuff, a lot of data there. And then a bunch of zeros. What are the zeros for? Add location. Oh, that would make sense. He's facing like straight. My old neighbor asked for my help. His TV was broken. He switched from HDMI to the other in unused port. Nice. Nice. I feel like TVs have been out long enough that maybe, you know, people know what an input source is. I don't know. Yeah, that means he's had more time to have TVs, right? Morocco. I don't know anything about that country. I can tell. Alright, cool. So he's got the memory of it, and he has been activated. Activated true. Okay. So now, somehow I make it so that he pays attention to sounds in investigate first, perhaps? Or would this be curiosity? Curiosity probably... Behavior sense curiosity target settings. What even is that? Zombie target, okay. Yeah, these should have types associated with them, shouldn't they? You know me, that's all you need from Morocco. Let's try making 2... What? I don't know what that means. Interesting nodes. Process site. And then I get the best group. If interesting nodes has, we get the data. If it doesn't have it, we check if it's in the group. If the target is in the group with the group name. What is target? Target is the node, this node path string. Okay. But group needs to like target groups. Group ID. Dude, that's not what I didn't understand. Alright, I'm calling lunchtime. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. What's going on? No idea Unreal has an in-house scripting language. And a based hot girl using it. Okay. Alright, guys. I've got lunch. I'm gonna eat. And then dread working on this AI system. Let's not discuss this anymore. Thank you. Real game, fake game, good game, bad game. Or just ignore that. Wait, what? I should Control Z and it typed in something else. YouTube is crashing? Okay. Check the memes I sent. I can't look at those right now. I will look later. Do a quick restart. You can. I know you're gonna say like you can, I allow you. I'm not opening Instagram. That was loud. That was like an alarm. I just, you know, also, is this the bus from Transit? I don't like Instagram or TikTok or any of those sites. I don't like them. They're literally mind melting, like borderline candy for the brain. It's really bad. Oh, it's a tram. No, that is a bus. Never mind. I don't know what a bus looks like.
London, 2237. They always said the sun had never set on the Empire. But now, most of old Blighty is a shell of his former self. Watch together buildings, radiation-filled nightmares.
Can they do this? Can they use Fallout in their name?
Hooligans, up for a bit of
Since they have Patreon, I'm assuming this is not like an actual.
or whatever
It's
the
not
bloody
like
hell those things in
Bethesda.
Thames are, if you know what I mean. In fact, the closest semblance of structure we got is the daft and barmy boys over in Lambeth. Only they won't budge except for a cup of Rosie Lee.
These are dark times.
So in a nutshell, it's all a bit tom-tit these days. Listen, the whole of Blighty's up for grabs right now. Nobody's heard from Her Majesty for ages, and frankly, people are cream crackered hearing the gentry's orders from behind their walls. Especially with those angel bastards making things go bump in the night.
Angels? Never heard of them. What do they want from us?
So all's to play for. Each wanker wants a part of the pie. Question is, who will it be? The last vagabonds of London's gutter?
They've been endorsed. That's cool.
Pay for your treachery.
It definitely looks like Fallout.
The fascist pamphleteers of the fifth column.
With me as your leader, I promise, this city will be ours forevermore!
Or the Camelot Knights of days past, heading once more under the breach.
Let history remember us. Let history know our name. Fight!
You just need to open your eyes and have a butcher's, me old China. The sun's about to set on this hallowed land. I'll let you into a little secret though. Whilst the location might have changed. War never changes.
There's the ghouls. Yeah, interesting. It just looks like it's built on top of Fallout 4. Very cool. This looks like just a scene from Skyrim. This looks really funny to me. I will say a little bit of a weird, like, just like a trailer nitpick. The music, the singing is like competing with the narrator.
Remember us. Let history know our name. Fight!
You just need to open your eyes and have a
Like it just starts getting louder here.
The sun's about to set on this hallowed land. I'll let you into a little secret though.
And I feel like I have to work really hard to like pull his voice out of this.
Location might have changed. War.
Oi, dog me. These dudes kill me wife and taking me bloody son. Okay. Interesting. I feel like I would have liked to see something about, like, the story. Assuming there is, like, a main story.
Things in Thames are, if you know what I mean. In fact, the closest semblance of structure we got is the daft and barmy boys over in Lambeth. Only the cup of Rosie Lee.
These are dark times.
So in a nutshell, it's all a bit thumpty these days.
I mean, I like Fallout, but I'm not much of a game player anymore.
Now, nobody's heard from a
This has been a year. Oh wow. Cool. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I will say, this is not not the best trailer. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I can't like pay attention to what this guy's saying at all, honestly.
Watch together buildings, radiation-filled nightmares.
He's just not loud enough, and the singer is way too loud.
Hooligans over in Lambeth. Only they won't budge except for a cup of Rosie Lee.
Okay, actually, what did he just say right there?
So we got there's the daft and balmy boys over in Lambeth. Only they won't budge except for a cup of Rosie.
Okay, there's no way. What does he start saying here?
Lambeth. Only they
Right here. What? Only they what?
Only they won't budge except for a cup of Rosie Lee.
These are dark times.
So in a nutshell, it's all a bit
I don't know. It's honestly, it's a weird trailer. It's a weird trailer. Fake Irish if you don't understand your masters. My masters. That's really funny. I'm not Irish enough to be offended by that. That's really funny though. Pretty much Irish by genetics. And that's it. Okay, so minus. So these target groups need to specify which sense they care about. They don't currently do that. So we have a group name. I guess just right at the top. The sense type. No, it should be behavior sense sensory type. Right? Breaking those fast. Are you eating well? Yeah. Same as I always eat. Although I will be getting fruit soon. The sense type. This target sense type. This target is 4. Should that be down here? Why is he complaining about this, by the way? Variable without default. Oh, of course. Type. I guess max. As a default. Fruit won't AFK you. Yeah. I mean, I'm saving the chips that I got. I'm gonna eat them over time. Today I started late, so I don't really wanna mess around too much. Alright, so I have the site. Here's the type. And then I need to compare the sense. I need to like remember how this works. Like, what is this? Target groups. Interesting group names with their base interest and interest threshold. Interesting group names. So here's a problem. Oh wait, no, these are group IDs. What's data? Data X. Interesting nodes. Set node -1, 0. If it's not in our interesting groups, settings, target groups I. Would it be like if settings sense type is not equal to T? Continue. And then we check the target node with that. For a site, we have to see it, so we know we have a node. We definitely have a node if we see it. If we hear it, we probably don't. In fact, more often than not, we probably don't have a node for a sound. But the group would come from. Wait. When the sound, oh yeah, music. Whoops. When the sound comes in, I probably don't have a source node. Well, I mean, I should, but this is not the group of the sound. I need to store the groups of the sound. So this, I need to have, I need to be able to store strings. So I have time of day, game time, these are all data components, node path. Jeez. So node path is, yeah, a node path can return a node path, which I guess technically a node path is just a string. It's not actually anything besides a string. Just maybe a little bit of formatting. But I just need to store straight up a string. That's all I need. Alright. Here's my ideas. So, the groups that the sound belongs to are passed in when saving, and the node that plays the sound, so the positional audio player, sets itself to be those groups, right? So for the group in the group, we add ourselves to that group. So technically, I could okay. I don't know what to do here. Because weapon node is not like a weapon on the ground. This is specifically a held weapon that is being controlled by a player. I guess you could turn off aiming and then like maybe make it a rigid body, like put it under a rigid body and then it can like be on the ground. I don't know. But what I would really want is to actually get the positional audio player and check its groups, if it's something I care about. Okay. Oh, this is like weird. So here's the issue. When I hear a sound, yeah, let me think about what I'm going to do. Okay? I hear the sound. I can know what groups the sound was in at the time of hearing. I know what group the sound is in. That information is lost by this point. I just have a loudness. Actually, I don't even have the loudness. Like, I'm missing even that. So I would want... I need to store a float for the loudness. And I think I also really have to store... let me look through this. I really need to store these groups. The source can be a node path. If there's no source, then it's whatever. But the groups are necessary as well. I need to know what this sound is, because of course a zombie knows the difference between a player walking and a gunshot. So they'll be really sensitive to like a player walking sound, but maybe not so sensitive to a gunshot in the same way. Or maybe just the gunshot being loud is just what drives it to be sensitive. Okay, well, If we see a player, we're chasing the player. We don't care what we hear. If we don't see the player, we're gonna look for player footsteps. If we hear player footsteps, we want to go there. If we hear if we don't hear those footsteps, we're gonna listen for sounds, for gunshots. Then maybe we go for the gunshots, or not even player movement sounds, but other guys running. You know, we're gonna try to. That's actually could be a problem. How do you know when you hear something and you know that you don't see the thing that you hear? Right? Like, what's the response for? I guess we know if we don't see it if we're not looking in the same direction as the sound, right? If our current forward is not facing the sound, then we know it's a sound that we're like unaware of its source, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, this is why I'm not liking this, because this is just like... It's just getting complicated. And I want it to be simple. I need simple rules. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should write down like a list of rules and responses and put that into the goals. Or put that, yeah, write out exactly what I think should be happening and then program it in. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that, though. I can't just do that. I'm really relying on, what's the term? Emergent behavior with this AI system. Am I? Am I actually? Okay. I just have to like think about too much, and then I like have to remind myself like this is not, I can't make it. I don't need to literally know everything, right? The intention of the system is that I just have a simple hearing sense, it just cares about certain things, and then it saves a memory. And then goals just check the memories and they act accordingly to the memory. So if there's a sound that we've heard, we're not chasing anything, let's look at the sound, right? That's pretty much it. If we're chasing the player and we hear a sound of a player, but we don't see the player, well, the last time we saw the player was a while ago, go to where we heard the sound, right? Make that our target now. I mean, that's exactly just what it should do. So, memory definitely needs to know about the groups that it was in. So, let me go into sensory and create a new type here that I'm going to have. So this is under node paths, so probably groups make sense to have its own thing. Groups can be 4. Array of groups. Or I guess just group names. strides. This has an arbitrary size, so it does not go into strides. Yeah. And 1 byte should be enough to store the number of an array. Oops. We are reading... What is this 2 and then plus 1? I guess that's... So what is this doing? Get event data offset. This is what we're skipping, okay? This is what we're skipping. So I want to skip 1 byte plus a decode U8 at the offset plus I plus 1. Right, it should be the same thing. Actually, I think what I should do is store the whole length of the array in bytes. Actually, if it's strings, I can do this. I can just treat it like a null, so I have a null byte. So since it's an array of strings, I probably do want all of this, a 2-byte thing. Yeah, so I store 2 bytes at the front that says how long this section is in bytes, so we can skip over it quickly. And then I store a U8 that is a number of elements, and then I read strings with null terminated strings. Actually, what I should do is not do null terminated strings. Use a byte to define how long the string is. And go from there. So I'd say, all right, this whole section is X number of bytes. And then I have a byte saying how many elements I have, so I can pre-size an array. And then I would say, all right, you're going to read 4 bytes, and that's a string. Read 4 bytes, and then I would have a next byte that says, all right, you're going to read 20 bytes, and that's a string. I read 20 bytes, and I do that until I read the same number of elements. Yep. Yep. So let's do event, add node path. I'm going to do it here. So I need the size. Or I guess this would actually be count. Okay, apparently I can't use count. Elements. And then I want to have a tracker for total bytes, starting at 0. I mean, I guess this could be size. Why not? So, I need to prepare event add data. What does this do? I tell it how much I need. And it resizes it for me to the new size. It stores that type at the front. And then it gives me the first index into this. Okay, cool. Where I would start writing bytes. So lucky for me, I have a good function on this that is essentially, what is it? Copy range. So I will have to build this as I go because I don't know exactly. Actually, no, I don't. I can count it. Yeah, okay. I can actually count the number of bytes. So, 2 bytes for the stride. So total bytes add 2. And then I say 1 byte for the number of elements. And then in bytes plus 1 for each element. Size. Yeah, so this would be for I in range size. Total bytes add 1 plus groups I. Yeah, so I have to convert it to a UTF-8. Actually, I could just assume this is always going to be ASCII, so. And if it's ASCII, then I know the length is going to be plain. So, yeah, I can just do length. Yeah. So I store the stride, which takes 2 bytes. I store 1 byte for the number of elements, and then a byte to define the length of that element, plus that element. Cool. Event add data, event e groups, size, total bytes. Okay. For I in range size. Now I can do everything. First pass. So I need to store total bytes at the front. So event encode U16. Offset total bytes. Add 2. then a U8. And for each one of these, encode U8. The string. What's the problem here? Oh, global variable name. And then I need to encode all of the string. So then I can say event copy range to offset from and I guess I can just do this bytes. And back dinner was good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, okay. You didn't even literally give me time to ask. Group ASCII buffer, copying these bytes from 0, this many. Epic. And then I do offset, add that many bytes. And that's that. Okay. You wouldn't? You never did? Well, you gotta still give me the chance. I am bad at asking questions like that, though. That is true. What did you eat? Don't force yourself to ask. Well, are you going to answer the question? Or is that private information? Eating some secret meal? Lasagna. Lasagna. Nice. I have not had lasagna in a long time. I really like it though. Alright, so this is where we start getting big data. So we start getting to the big data side, big data range when I'm storing strings. Ideally, what I should have is definitely what it should be. Groups should be like numbers. Because instead of storing like the word gunshot, I could store the number like 2. or something. Thank God Mom is with me. We would just get like these frozen lasagnas though that you just put in the oven for like an hour. No cooking or no preparing. Focus on the game. But I don't want to. This is... Like, I genuinely dread working on this stuff. This AI thing is, like, cool at the start, and it starts getting complicated, and then I'm like, alright, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't like it. Okay, so the total bytes, 2 bytes, number of elements, size, or 1 byte. 1 byte for the length of the string, and then a range of bytes. Yeah, let me do this. Let me do this. I actually really want to... Here's one thing I can do. I can, whenever I get... Okay, this doesn't really work. Yeah. What I would like to have is to be able to say strings. Do you add a slight wax to shake to the camera when you move? Nope. And I don't want to. What is that? Is that a real word? The hell? Why did stride look so strange there? What's wrong with this word? Stride. Definition. Why does it look weird? Global world could have numbers to... Google just doxed you? Did it? No, I'm good. Switch to DuckDuckGo. Yeah, I gotta be careful when I just search things. Google loves to be like, oh, what's that word? Oh, here's your address. It does love to do that, but I'm good. It is actually crazy that Google does that, and I can't turn that off, I think. I don't think there's a way you can turn that off. That's just, like, built into the site. Like, do not Google search for restaurants. Let me even see. What if I do, like... That's when it's like... Here you go. I can sign out of Google, and then maybe... You know, maybe I should look at that. I don't know. Maybe I should look at that. Can I, like, tell it to stop using this? No. More settings. Search personalization. Oh, what if I turn that off? Language and region. No, it doesn't do anything. Okay, we're good though. Where was I at? Yeah, I'd really like to just have numbers, like indexes, basically. So I could just store like a U8 instead of a whole list of strings, which is just going to be really slow to iterate over, just by the nature of it, and it takes up more memory. Yeah, and if I have a word like gunshot, I'll be saving gunshot like 50 times when I'm shooting the rifle. So yeah, I actually gotta do this right away. I can't do this later. I have to do this now. So I'm thinking maybe I have like world groups, and groups just has a list of names to indexes. And I'll just like get group ID. Yeah, that seems good. I like that. That sounds right. Not node, just nothing. Okay. Object. Delete it. And then I basically just want, yeah. Maps group names to unique indexes. Help reduce processing time and memory for systems that track group names. Instead, they can just pass around IDs. Instead, they can just pass around IDs. Yeah. Okay, so how do I do this? I guess I would have a function that's like get group ID, and you pass it a group name, and it returns an int. And then I would have like get group name to go the other way around. Why does it not like this? What's wrong with this? Oh. There we go. And I think that's kind of all it does. And it's just going to do like return groups. How about I do this? I guess I can have a map that, yeah, let me do this stuff. Static var initialized. Actually, can I do like static func static in it? Oh yeah, there we go. So I'd want to return a name to ID, get group name, -1. And this would return ID to name, get group ID with the empty string. Static, it needs to be static. Static variable, name to ID, dictionary, string name int, int Street name. Schizophrenia is not quirky. Awesome. Names. Array. String name. Maybe what I should actually do is write this in here, so this is like in memory temporarily, and then it drops out. So, yeah, let me just write here. And then I'm just going to leave a note here. All groups that have unique IDs stored as a temporary to somewhat reduce memory usage. Can I just do normal strings in there? And this should be I in range, names, size. I'm gonna get the actual name. Not really. Yeah, not really. Well, yeah, why not? Name to ID, set name to ID to name, I to name. Cool. Hop on Marathon, I have a code for you. I can't right now. But really? How'd you get a code for me?
How you doing?
Oh. Thanks for the raid, Hack the Doc. How's it going? So I've seen profiles that we are chilling. What? How you doing? Yep. Hello? I don't have those. I've got nothing to do with that. Yeah, well now it sounds suspicious when you just say that. Been crying in C++. Yeah. Sometimes I'm working on like the Godot engine, and that's the least fun thing that I do for sure. Mad the whole evening. It's a horrible act. Yeah, I get it. Definitely understand it. There's been times when I think I've literally ended stream before because I'm like, I literally can't do this anymore. Been working on an engine on my own. That's pretty cool. How far along are you? There's a long way to go? Okay, so not very... Yeah. Unfollowing Olmec and follow you. Okay. I mean, I'm basically a Godot dev at this point, or a Godot engine dev at this point, because I do have... I mean, they have a PR that they're gonna eventually include. Is it just deleting 4 lines of code? Yeah, but it's there. Well, yeah, you've seen it. Like, it's just like a couple lines of code that I just deleted. They gave it a milestone, so I'm sure that means they're going to use it eventually. So I'm running, but I want to switch to Vulkan from OpenGL. Show off the Epic Games to the new viewers. You know what'd be really cool is if I could show off the vehicle. That'd be cool. I'd love to show off the vehicle running zombies over. That'd be cool. I need to stop it. It's all blocks right now. But I at least have like some AI and guns working. Take a follow, but don't want to follow me. Yeah. He's asking for it. You better make an engine in the next few days. Anyway, I've got guns. They shoot. And I have a breakpoint here. Let me take that off. The guns shoot. And apparently I broke something. I just made myself deaf. That's weird. Well, that's a new bug. Okay. We'll just ignore that. Got a revolver. It shoots shotgun shells. Because of course it does. The zombies will follow me around. The zombies are unaware of my presence. So... I'm not sure why. For the guns, yeah, but I mean, they're just like placeholder animations because the guns are just blocks right now. But I did. I get sounds when I walk on stuff. It seems really quiet, to be honest. There's a truck over here that I can get into. Meticulously handcrafted, yeah. I did try to make them look nice. Eventually I'll be able to get into the truck. There we go. So you have never before seen first person, third person car driving. So I have my gun here in my hand still. Hitting the zombies doesn't do anything. It's just, there's no interaction set up for them. I just push them. Or they push me. Whatever they feel like. No. The gun is supposed to be disabled. I mean, it is disabled. But for some reason it's not hidden, and I don't know why. That was weird. I don't know what just happened there. I mean, yeah, there's no interactions with these guys yet. Set visible false. That's the thing. The gun is a descendant of the player, and the player node is hidden. So I don't know why the gun is not. I still haven't looked into it. This is Raiden's bug to fix though. Honestly. And I can't leave the vehicle. Oh, there we go. You got shotgun, the rifle, the scope rifle, a revolver, and then just a regular pistol. You use guide? I do. Yeah, I don't know why these guys are broken right now. They just don't care about me at all. I guess they can't comprehend the hearing that I just gave them. Why is the vehicle up right now? It's gonna get implemented on right in time. Yeah. Wait, I think if I touch the tire, it... Nope, never. Yeah, I'll still work in progress. I'm getting the AI worked on right now. Yeah, I don't know why they stopped working. That means I broke something now, right? I don't know, I can figure it out. I can figure it out later once I actually start testing. Gunshots. Then we have zombie targets. And then I have zombie. What's the lore? What's the uniqueness? So far, I've just got that your guy is like a half-dead zombie, or like half turned into a zombie. Basically, everyone became zombies in like a minute or something, but you somehow are not. You're still like very much in control of your body. Yeah, and the zombies are going to be really smart. They're not going to be like... I see player, I know exactly where player is, I path directly to player all the time. Not like that. You'll be able to hide from them. You'll be able to distract them, so like you can, I don't know, honk your car horn or something, and then like run away, and then all the zombies go to the car. Yeah. There will be a couple very smart zombies that are always tracking you. So like stand still long enough and they'll just find you eventually. What other stuff do I have? I guess I could click a node and then see what groups I've made. Actually, maybe it should go through all of the global groups and add those. They're so smart. They knew he has a gun, so they avoid him. I don't yet know how crazy I'm going to get with the smart zombie. I just know that they're going to have, like, tracking abilities. They'll, like, follow bullet casings. They'll follow zombies. They'll, like, go to the last place they saw you the next day. Maybe if you're, like, if you're going to the same building 2 days in a row, they might wait there at the building the second day, just hoping that you'll come by. So no one unfollow a couple of minutes ago. What? Need my green card? zombie target, gunshot, just gunshot. I think I have a character move. Player move, character move. Olmec doesn't know either. I know what Stalker 2 is. I think Gilia said that they had some kind of AI where NPCs would actually like run missions in the world. Not just like a scheduling system where 8 o'clock go to your work, 9 o'clock go to your house, noon eat lunch. They'd apparently run missions. I mean, that's all he really said, is that they would just run missions. I don't know pretty much anything about it, but what Gilia said. Okay. And then I think what I want to do is, for these positional sounds, I want to enforce that these groups got to exist as a global group. Thanks for following. Hack the doc. I love myself too. Nice. So what would I do? I would do Global World has to load this. Should we get preload for this one? I just want to see what your project will become. Yeah, me too. I'm definitely more in like more focused on systems than any like deep story or even art right now. I was saying yesterday I don't really know exactly what my art style is going to be besides slightly pixelated. And that's more because I want the game to run really well on low-end hardware. Follow, wait, what? Follow accepted? That was superintendent that said that. Well, I mean, I don't really want it to be story focused. I am gonna have world building. There's gonna be like, it's not gonna feel like a dead world. Twitch has stories now? Yeah, they copied Snapchat. Or they copied Instagram, which copied Snapchat. One of the two. Maybe I just say, maybe I just do global world groups, get group ID. That's all I gotta do. I don't need to access it like that. Oh, where am I at? Get group ID for group is -1. This isn't a warning, this is an error. Trying to create a whole world to make all my game ideas in. Make them reference each other. Don't do story-driven games. Well, I mean, I like story-driven games, but I'm not trying to make one. OpenAI made a browser. Yeah, maybe don't use the AI browser. I want to make story-driven. Yeah, that's cool. Halo is a story-driven game. And I think it's really good for that. It's probably the main reason why it's so popular. Because it was a good story. Halo remake is full of AI. I sure hope not. It's confirmed. That's tough. Cannot resolve sound played. What's wrong? Marathon visuals are crazy. Are they better than they were? Cool. I will have to play it. Confirm whether you're a good person or not. What's wrong? Why? Why do you say this method doesn't exist? Oh, because you're just crazy. All right. All right. So now I have this, right? This works. I'm not gonna get errors printing. No errors. Cool. Probably get going. Good luck on dev. Yeah, thanks. You too. Okay, so positional autoplayer requires that any group you're adding it to is a global group. Sensory, this now takes an array of group names. Groups must be global groups. So now I will just store a length 8 bytes is probably all I need. Thanks for rating him. I appreciate it. I also appreciate it. Explain this Anna with Yelia. I think he's trying to say... I don't know what he's trying to say. I do know what he's trying to say. But I can't think of the right way to say it. One byte for the number of elements. Yeah, just 1 byte for the number of elements. And then 1 for each element. Total bytes. Adding groups, size. Just yap until I understand you. He's saying you are... trouble, I don't know. Something like that. Annoying? Yeah. That's probably the better word. Heck, my heart. I don't find you annoying. If I did, you would be banned. One byte for the number of elements, and then 1 for each element. Total bytes. Then I will record a U8. Total bytes. Nah, this is, I don't know, this is like... Yeah, let me just do this size plus 1. And then encode a U8 size, 1 byte, and then 4i in range. Don't make your own engine. I hate custom engines now. I have like the start of one. Is it even on GitHub? I've called it Surface. All it is so far is just like a window. You just open a window. I don't remember this very well. It's got a JSON library. The idea behind it is essentially this section, every one of these folders, would be a module that you could build. So you only add what you want. Lua? I don't think there's any Lua here. This is just a generic app loop. There's a console. So you can open a console on Windows, or I haven't even done Linux. I've only made it for Windows so far. The idea is that you can make it on Windows or Linux. I have a very funny thing here for Windows where I open a terminal application just using PowerShell, and then I run a whole script, which just opens a pipe to listen to console output. Graphics, I don't know what graphics is. This is definitely the last thing I was working on. It's very incomplete. Okay, to say very incomplete, seems like I have a lot of stuff written here, apparently. What is the Lua? I don't know. Oh, it's this file. Oh, not that file. This file. This is what Godot should have used. This is what Godot should have used instead of scons. Basically, what you do is you have a script. So this creates a project file for Visual Studio. That's what that does. And the definition for how it builds that project file is this. Did you make during your peasant Windows days? Yes, I did. And then Sandbox is like nothing right now. I think this is probably just like a cube or something. Oh, I think it's just like a background that changes color is all it is. Definitely my favorite thing though, I've done this twice now and I might be crazy for it. I wrote a JSON parser in Java and now I've written one in C++. And it's got everything. And it's really fast. And small. Very few files. How big is this file? 1,600 lines. Imagine devs went quiet after revealing this. It handles UTF-8. That's what all this is. It has hexadecimal because JSON is crazy and they say that you can escape UTF-8 characters with a hex code. But yeah, I've done speed tests on this. It's really fast. And it's based on the one that I made in Java, which was already really fast. Real. Maybe I'll do one in Python. The JSON parser in Python. No, probably not. Till I see Vulkan and Bash? Yeah. Graphics is hard. Graphics is really hard. Creating a wrapper on top of API just so that you can have like, you can say, hey, I want to draw a mesh. And then pick whether it's DirectX or Vulkan. That's hard. You have to basically be an expert on both Vulkan and DirectX to even start that. Or I guess just like know graphics pipelines really well and know like what the abstraction should be. Then you can make pretty good guesses. And you don't have to be an expert on it. Huh. Okay, so yeah, now what we're doing is I'm reading through add groups. And I will get the group will be an int. It'll be global world groups, get group ID. And then if group is -1, this will be an error. Oh. Actually, since I'm just working with ints now, I can just iterate through this first and then do this later. Explain why Sony hires dev studios to port games to Windows. What? Oh, explains why. Yeah. Honestly, it's just because Windows is kind of... they're not very cool. I mean, I probably have like a particular like comment in here about something that Windows does. Let me go see. Where is it? This. I don't have a comment about it, but I know this is just a ridiculous line of code that I have to have. Because somewhere around there, I need it. I don't even know, actually, but this is literally just a cast. By the way, I guess this one actually is this one's a struct, but this one's, oh, this one is also a struct, but like, cast it to a D word, and it with this, cast it to a word, cast it to a short, cast it to an int. D word and word short int. Yeah, I think the reason I don't have any like comments in here where I'm like totally ripping on Windows is because I was trying to be professional with it. Am I off to bed? All right, good night. There's also the amount of capitalization that they have for stuff is actually just painful. I was literally getting like pain in my hands writing this, even though it's not very much. I just hate functions like this. Every word is capitalized for no reason. They just love their capital letters. Yeah. Old stuff. Can I add non-global group? I can just track an array of IDs, I guess. I guess this can be a packed in 32 array. I don't need I here. I could just do group in groups. Group ID. Group. Continue. IDs. And the group ID. And then here I can say offsets IDs size +1. We should do 1 plus ID size. And then I encode IDs size. And then I can say ID and IDs. Code U8 at the offset. ID. Add 1. And that's it. Okay. So not storing strings, which is great, just numbers. I should be able to test this again now. So when I fire a weapon, it would have added it. Cool. Great, no errors. Now I need get groups. Actually, wait, is this even calling? Oh, it is calling. It should be calling. It's not calling. Well, that would be why. Looked it up, so every Windows function is Pascal case. Yeah. And then all their types are all caps. They even have defines for true and false, all caps, which is just 1 and 0. They have an all caps define for null, which is just 0. Those Windows devs were crazy, to say the least. Totally bonkers. Or I guess not Windows devs, but whichever non-programmer was like defining the style, they were crazy. Alright. Not breaking, so it must be working. Also, let me see if I like comment this line out and see if that causes an error when I fire the gun. Whoop, there's an error. Cannot group gunshot is not a global group. Do you forget to add it? Cannot add non-global group gunshot to sensor memory. Cool. What a waste of time. Keep on and off the cap. Yeah. Yeah, you have to keep hitting shift. Or yeah, when you want to type name, you have to just hit caps and type it in. Or otherwise you're just going to be holding shift the whole time and like typing with one hand. When you hop on marathon? Oh, it's not even in my library. It's gone. Yeah, they took it out. You never had it in your library? What? Is it not on Steam? Would it, how do we play it? Did I not? Sure. Oh, okay. Weirdly, I thought I played it. Are you sure? Wow. Alright. I guess I never played it. I thought for sure that I had. You bad boy? No. Dude, I gotta get my sleep under control, man. I'm out of it now. Clutched a 1v3 and honestly I felt nothing. Yeah, I mean that's actually a great point. That's definitely one thing that those games suffer from. You're never like clear, right? It's not like Overwatch where you do the 1v3, timer runs out, victory pops up on the screen, right? You just go from one fight to the next, and then your departure is anticlimactic. Can't find lobbies? You're too good. You're already too good. I'm like really... I'm toast. That's not how it works. What do you mean that's not how it works? Oh, also, I've been thinking about it. And thinking about what Overwatch said about their skill system, their rating system. They definitely have like a number in the background that's not directly correlated to your actual rank displayed. But they try to adjust your displayed rank to match what they want your number, what rank they want your number to be. So I think they said something like 3 is in Masters or whatever, or 2 is in Masters. So you could be a 2 but still in gold, and wins add a lot, and losses take off a lot. Or probably not, like losses probably don't take off anything. Which is why I get like plus 60 for 1 win. After like 8 losses out of 10. Okay, so we're adding the groups. I guess I can run that and see if that's working. Okay. Nothing bad happened, so it must have worked. Now curiosity. Process site. Take some memory and an event. And then it saves a type. So all of that. Saved to interesting nodes. Group ID. Okay, right. Target groups. Interesting group names with their base interest and an interest threshold. The highest value used. First number is base interest. Man, this is what I don't... Data X. Data X comes from interesting nodes. Node Data X. Set group ID. Group ID comes from here, which is I in target groups. Okay. Okay. So let me do a check here. I think I should see this happen when I shoot the gun. Didn't happen. Oh, because this is process site. Okay, but if I walk in front of him and shoot the gun... then he should also look for the gun, right? Let's try that. Sweet. Okay. Steam API trackers still can't track it, maybe just a few hours ago. Yeah. Okay. Settings, value, zombie target. Wait. Oh, that's why they can't see me. Duh. That's why they can't see me. That's why it broke. So, target groups. This is site. And I got a new one. What? No. Add a new one here. Let's give it a name. Zombie target. Okay. Gunshot. Shot. Sound. Base interest 1 per second. So this is an impulse. So I think this is base interest per decibel. Yeah, per decibel probably sounds about right. So let me say I don't know, the minimum decibel that they can hear is 10. And these have to be low values. Okay, so loudness is not necessarily how much interest it generates. Maybe it has some effect based on the distance that it appears to hear the sound from, so maybe that matters. But the base interest is like to hearing any gunshot sound. The loudness is just so that the sound can carry for a long way. So how interesting is a gunshot when they hear it? I mean, I have no idea. Maybe I'll just say 10. When set to 0, disable. When reached, the interest must decay to 0 before more interest can be generated. So can a gunshot ever become uninteresting? Can we ever hear gunshots so much that we're like, I don't care about that anymore? Probably not. I say probably not. Yeah, I'm gonna say 0 on that. No limit. 1 per second. You know, probably pretty fast, right? Probably pretty quick. I don't know, I'll leave it at 1 for now. Because I don't know what else to do. Also, I can add all these names to this stuff. So it's not just nonsense. Distance fall off. Okay. So this means that, like, what do I have it at? Like 50 meters, it's 0.2 interest. A fifth of the interest. So I make a gunshot 2, 50 meters away. So I guess these ones would kind of have to be cranked up kind of high, right? Like 30. Maybe 30 interest. So at 100 meters, I'm at 0.1. Beyond that, there's no interest generated, which is probably kind of bad that there's no interest generated at that distance. Maybe that's fine though. Actually, no. I feel like 100 is not far enough. Because that's like on the other side of the park. It's like halfway across the park is 100 meters. So let me just do another one. The max domain will bring us up to Maybe 300. And this one, 300. Slowly drops to 0. With a bake resolution of... I had double that, so now I need 600. Okay, but why would I cache this? I feel like it's not that expensive to look this up. I feel like this is a kind of a crazy optimization. Just get the 2 points that you're between and linearly interpolate it, and that's all you gotta do. Oh man, is that gonna be... I mean, that's literally all I have to do, right? I literally would just take... Instead of saving like 600 ints, 600 floats, doubles even. Instead of saving 600 doubles, I would just say, alright, let's go through the points. Which one am I between? Alright, linear interpolate it. Alright, I gotta go look at this. I think it's scene, resources, curve. So what do I have here? This is a type curve. Cool. So if I just call get sample, or whatever it is, does that just not do any baking? Wow, it does. It does sampling. Or, caching. What is this? Or get index. What is this get index? Uses a binary search. Well, Imax is greater than Imin. Midpoint is add them together and divide by 2. Get the point between min and max. Get the point after that point. And then if A is less than the offset and B is less than the offset, so if they're both below, that's our new minimum. If A is above, that's our new maximum. Otherwise, we found M. Okay. All right, I like that. So then if I is equal to last element, return that. As we do local sample, local no check. Okay, so I'm assuming when I say sample cached, that's when I get, or sample baked. That's when it bakes it. Yeah, okay. So I know that this is linear, and I know that I don't want to do this kind of thing, so resetting bake resolution there. And I'm not going to be sampling baked on this. There's a goal, investigate, time fall off. Give them some names. All right. So do I do any distance fall off? Yeah, sample, okay. Do not want to do baking. And then in, it's like investigate goal as a sample. There we go. Just sample it. Don't need baking. That's just dumb. This is not a crazy curve. We can iterate it literally every time. Hey Yulia, welcome back. One till 90? Yep. This would be the fastest one to go through. I think 70 to 80 took a really long time. One of the two, I don't know. Either it was 60 to 70 or 70 to 80. Was a while. Optimization to avoid checking bad nodes. It's not our type, we ignore it. If it is our type, add is going to be this. How long has it been? Okay, very nice. Okay, so I think I can copy all this and basically just make the one for sound. I do need a distance because this does have a distance fall off. So the loudness values that I set for sounds is just to limit, like, physically what they can even respond to. And then I use an actual distance check, which tapers off the interest of something based on how far away it actually was. So like the real distance. So then what I can do is I can just say, all right, a gunshot, it's 30, a person walking is 2, every time you hear it, something like that. Gunshot's really high. Basically, I want it to be high enough that one shot from a long distance is enough to, like, trigger a zombie to at least consider investigating. At least consider. So I believe these don't have... Yeah, these don't have update times. These So if it's older than our frequency, we don't care about it. We won't get a node. So I guess I can replace this with like get groups. Call this sound groups. It will be, I guess it's technically a packed int array. Get event groups. If it's empty, we don't care about it. We won't have a target. Oh, wait, this is interesting. So I do set them as nodes, so I technically need a node. Okay, so it technically does need a node. It actually does. So sure, I'll just say if it doesn't have a node, I'll undo to get this back. If we don't have a node, we need it because otherwise we can't like generate interest in it correctly. It'll just kind of be nothing. And investigate can still like respond to individual sounds, I suppose. But this is curiosity, right? This requires that a node exists. So, alright. I'll set the source here. Actually, maybe I should say that this is going to be the owner of the weapon. That seems a bit better. Controller. We're just gonna stream until it's too late for us to play video games together? Dude, I'm working on a game. See, you should be working this time and then gaming later. Had all morning. Yeah, I did start late. Yeah, I know. You don't want to come home and immediately start doing something else? Yeah, I don't either. Just come home and play video games with Olmec. Yeah. I mean, I should be ending soon, so... I'm going to leave that still possible to not have a source. But, you know, we should have it now. And it'll be the player, whoever holds it. Does that mean a zombie knows that when it hears a gunshot, it knows it was a player? Yeah, I don't like that. Actually, I don't like that. They shouldn't know. They can't know that. So we get the target. We're actually not really checking target like this. Yeah, we're not checking target like that. So that goes away. Get the best group. If we already have it, we get it. If we don't, we say sound event you were up grinding. Yeah. That's all I think about all day. A watch is like having vegetables sometimes. Like you gotta eat like crappy. You have to play really crappy, terrible games, and then they're like, all right, here's your free wins plus 60%. Have fun. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was expecting it, but even when it happened, I still couldn't believe it. So there's too much group is happening here. I have to do settings, target groups. The group name. Right, settings is that, okay. So if I want to get the groups, check node, check groups, okay. And now I want to know if look at this. Settings group name. This will be an error if this happens to be -1. Jeez. Okay, and then if not sound groups as sound group ID, we continue. Otherwise, now we have it. Now we have it. And that's all I gotta do. Then we have the base interest times the distance multiplier, and that's all I do. That's all I do. Add is going to be interest times the distance multiplier. If it's 0 or the last interest was greater, we don't care. Otherwise, we save it. Also, just realized interesting nodes. I mean, I guess this just means we only track the most interesting thing from the node at any given time. So I guess that makes sense. So if we see the player and we hear the player, whichever one of those was most interesting is what we take. Within the same update. So if we hear and see them, we take the highest one from that. But if there's two different updates where we hear them and then we see them, then those two are... I mean, it'll have the same effect. Bucket everything into half seconds, or whatever the frequency is. You need to find another man Olmec isn't worth it. Me, for example. Process sound. Add other primary senses here. Let me do... Let me just do events, I think. Do I track events as a keyword anywhere here? I don't. Sound. Okay. So now I want to see if this happens. When I shoot. It should. He should be like, oh, that was interesting. Oh, he did it. He thinks it's interesting. Maybe, not yet. But at least saved. Okay. Let's go inside. Get the travel. Epic. A direction and a distance. Almost exactly 100 meters from here. Distance is the first one if it's greater than the max domain. It won't be. Multiplier. Distance multiplier is 0.1. That's what I would expect it to be. It should actually be slightly higher than 0.1, but that's close enough. Then we check the time. If it's outside of our frequency, then we ignore it. It should not be. Good, it's not. The node will be a weapon node, or a path to the weapon node. Node is an empty path. Am I not? I am saving it. Sound source. Okay, well that is actually a problem. So I need to fix that. That actually is a problem. 66 errors. Not real. Okay. Weapon node. Source node is self. So let me go to where we fire the weapon. Just like way up here, apparently. I guess I didn't even have to close the game for that. Cool. Step in. Source node is indeed the weapon node. It says weapon, it says node 3D, but it's definitely a weapon node with all this stuff on it. So you have source node. Where are we? Okay. Let's go down to here. Oh, loud. Step in. Step in. Okay, we apparently failed to step into that. Okay, there we go. Took it a while. We got a time 2.5 seconds into the game. We get the stream. We get the sound. Sound has this source node. Why were you late today? I slept in. Add all of that. Not there. Not there. Yeah, so that was correct then. So let me go to the hearing, I guess. Continue there. Alright. You heard this like right away. Sound source. We have that. We have this. Add event node path. Step in. I mean, I know for a fact that this works. Unless somehow it comes out to be nothing. Yeah, there it is. That's a node path. Okay. Copying each byte individually. Very cool. Jeez. Alright. So somewhere around here it still goes wrong. I guess let's go to curiosity. Continue. Cool, continue. So I have this one, step in. Oh, wait. I remember what's going on. I remember. So the stride is not correct. Because this is saved after the groups. And because the group stride is wrong, yeah, see, 8. 1 byte. There we go. Okay, now, what? Okay, skip that. I don't. Oh my gosh. Okay, skip that. And now he hears it. Okay. Continue. I think I hit continue. Step over. Alright, so node should be sweet. It worked. That was the problem. Okay, and then sound groups doesn't have that doesn't exist. So, alright, but it still went through. So it's still getting there. That's it to do. Alright, but I think that's gotta be it for me today. It's past 6 now. So yeah, tomorrow, still working on... I kind of back to AI now. Which is both nice and not nice. All the audio systems are set up. I have a nice global group thing that I can use. I would typically send this. Do I even have? Hopefully it's not that much. Oh wow, it's a lot. Okay. Makes me a bit nervous. I'm always nervous about losing stuff. I guess what I can do is I can make a branch, right? I can make a branch and send to that branch as like a working branch. That's a good idea. What? Oh, is it -C? Cool, all my stuff is here. I'm just gonna literally add everything and then send it. And I'm on my own custom working branch. Nice. All right. And it is indeed here, right? I'll make 10. There we go. Just be whip sounds and stuff. Cool. Alright. Well, that's it for me today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully earlier. I will try to... I need to sleep at proper times. Not stay up past midnight. Alright, I feel good about today. So, yeah, thanks for watching. Be back tomorrow. Goodbye.